All right, well, good morning, everybody. We are here for our special call meeting and also executive session. Chair recognizes Attorney Brown.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. We request a motion to go into executive session for the discussion of litigation, personnel, and real estate.
So move.
Second.
That's,
Commissioner
Scott.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes. Voting.
Mr. Clark,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Frenham, Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sun,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries with Mr. Frenham out.
Thank you. All right, we're going to transition to closed session.
Attorney Brown,
Yes, sir.
you
We,
ready?
we on the floor now, I believe.
Yes, sir. Okay, Ms. Bonner,
Yes, sir.
is everything in order?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we need to close the meeting, correct?
We just need to do, we have an affidavit, closed meeting affidavit needs to be addressed first, and then the three motions that have
Okay.
been outlined.
Okay, all right. Can I get a motion to close the meeting?
So moved.
You got-
Okay, I'm sorry, everybody was muffled. Can I get that motion again, please?
Execute.
So
moved.
moved.
Thank you. That's Mr. Dennis Williams and Ms. Scott.
Yes,
For the
ma'am.
affidavits, right?
Yes, sir,
Yeah.
for the affidavit. All right, are we voting now, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Clark,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Franum? Out. Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Son,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that motion carries with Mr. Franum out.
Okay, Mr. Attorney,
I don't have a motion. I believe the administrator has one.
okay, Mr. Administrator,
Yes, that motion is to, motion to create and add the Deputy Director of HR to the HR Department, funded effective July 1 of 2021, at $38,820, from contingency for the balance of the year.
So move.
Second.
That would be Mr. Hassan and Ms. Scott.
voting when you get ready, Ms. Bonner.
Okay. Mr. Clark,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Franum, Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias. He's out.
He must be frozen. Ms. Sias,
Okay, we'll just have him out. Mr. Bobby Williams,
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries with Mr. Franum and Mr. Sias out due to technical difficulty.
Okay, next, I think Mr. Sias had a motion, correct?
Yes, sir, he did.
Jeff, can you get Mr. Sias?
Yes, sir. He just dropped off, so I think he'll be joining back shortly.
You can go to the next one, Commissioner.
What we
Mr.
got?
Mr. Garrett.
Mr. Garrett, Mr. Garrett?
Yes, like to, like to make a motion to appoint Brooke Stayer as our new environmental department, or environmental services department. I'm sorry, I wrote that backwards. Director and task administration to negotiate salary and start date.
So moved.
Okay, that was Mr. Garrett and Mr. Hassan. McKnight.
I think everybody just voted.
When you get ready, Ms. Bonner.
Okay, Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Mr. Franum's out. Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias. Still out. Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries with Mr. Franum and Mr. Sias out.
We'll wait a few minutes before we move on.
Yes, sir. Okay, well, hurry up. They're waiting. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Sias is on the phone. He says he's having difficulty dialing in. So I will put him on hold. Mr. Sias.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you all hear him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Sias.
You have a motion, Mr. Sias?
Okay, what's the vote, man? What
Okay.
we voting on, Ms. Bonner?
Fire Chief, sir.
Okay, I'm ready. What's the motion?
Well, we're waiting for you to give us the motion.
All right, I'm ready then.
Okay,
I move that we select Mr. Antonio Burton and that we authorize the administrator to negotiate a salary, start date, and any other requirements that the administrator note to affect this contract. And I want to make sure that's okay with the administrator.
Yes, sir, but I don't believe the fire has a contract. It's more so their start date, compensation, and other benefits.
That will be it then, Ms. Bonner, to
okay.
remove what I said contract and add in what the administrator said.
Yes,
That's the
sir.
motion.
Yes, sir.
Okay, hang on a second. Attorney Brown, you had your hand up?
No, the administrator corrected it.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Mr. Dennis Williams.
Substitute motion.
Hang on a second. Ms. Dennis Williams seconded.
Okay.
All right, Ms. McKnight. Hang on a second, sir. Ms. McKnight.
Yes, sir. I was waiting on Commissioner Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Yes, I have substitute motion.
Yes, sir.
I make a motion to start the process over
Okay.
with us interviewing the 11 finalists that was chosen for the interviews.
Yes, sir.
Second.
And we got a second from either Mr. Garrett or Ms. McKnight.
McKnight.
Okay, so that would be Mr. Clark and Ms. McKnight
Yes, ma'am.
is to start process over
Yes, ma'am.
with commission to interview the 11 finalist candidates
That
for the
was,
fire chief.
Yes,
that was
ma'am.
it for fire chief.
Where did 11 go?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, are you ready for voting or are we
Yes, ma'am. Let's vote on the substitute.
substitute motion? Mr.
Okay.
Clark, Ms. McKnight, Mr. Clark,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Franum, Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Hassan. Mr.
You
Hassan.
muted.
You muted, Mr. Hassan.
No, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
No, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Sias. Mr.
No, ma'am.
Sias, thank you. Mr. Bobby Williams,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
No, ma'am.
That motion fails. 3-6 with Mr. Franum out.
All right. Let's do the original motion, Ms. Bonner.
The original motion, Mr. Sias, Mr. Dennis Williams, is to hire Mr. Antonio Burton with salary and compensation being handled through the administrator.
As the fire chief, Ms. Barnes.
as fire chief.
Also, please note for the record that Commissioner Sias is on Zoom.
I'm back on Zoom.
Okay. All right. Mr. Clark,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Franum, out. Mr. Garrett,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Sun,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight,
No, ma'am.
Ms. Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries with Mr. Clark, Mr. Garrett, and Ms. McKnight voting no, Mr. Franum out.
Is there any more business, Devon?
No, sir, that's it.
All right, let's take about a 3-minute break. Public service, when you get your folks together, let's get started.
3 minutes?
You want to go? You want, how many you want? You want 4 or 5?
You
Say
Well,
five.
it's public service anyway. You want 5 minutes?
5,
We'll
make
take-
sure we straight.
All right, let's go 5 minutes. Whatever.
You gonna hold them up this long?
Do we need to go into a breakout? All righty, Ms. Bonner, are we ready to proceed?
Yes, sir, we are.
All right, I will call the Public Services meeting to order. Let's go ahead and accept any items for consent from members of this committee. Are there any items for consent that you wish to add? All right, here none. Let's just go right ahead into number 2.
Mr. Chair, can you check to see if you have additions?
You have any addendum items, sir?
Do we have any addendum items to the agenda?
Yes, sir. We have one request to discuss the city's panhandling ordinance by Commissioner Hassan.
Okay, does anyone object to that item?
Nah.
It's
All
added
right.
without objection. Okay.
Without objection. All right, let's go to item number 2, Ms. Bonner. Motion to approve the minutes.
Motion to approve minutes of public services.
So move.
Thank you. Are you seconding that, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am. Second.
Are we
I'm voting
voting?
when you're ready. Yes, ma'am. Voting.
Mr. Clark,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is Mr. Franum on? Okay, that motion carries with Mr. Franum out.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner. We'll move to item number 3.
Item number 3 is a motion to adopt Title VI FTA compliance and implementation for the Metropolitan Transportation Planning Program.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Do we need to have a presentation on this, Ms. Bonner? Or are we good to vote?
I'll defer to the Administrator Donald.
No, I don't believe that we do. This is, again, one of those normal activities. But I know that Mr. Sherman is available if you have questions. But I think this is a fairly normal activity.
Okay, all right. Are you ready to vote, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Let's go ahead and vote.
Okay, Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Clark,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that motion carries with Mr. Franum out.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner. The first item on the agenda, discussing the R&B Hall of Fame induction ceremony. Can we defer that to the next Public Service Committee meeting since Commissioner Franum is out?
So move.
Second.
All right, we're voting.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Clark,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias.
Yes, ma'am.
All righty.
That motion carries.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bonner. Let's address the item from the addendum agenda, panhandling ordinance.
Okay.
Commissioner Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and the rest of my colleagues, this panhandling ordinance, I asked this to be added to the agenda, and I apologize for doing that as an addendum, but I'm getting so many requests from my constituents across South Augusta in particular about panhandlers in different locations, leaving trash and things of this nature. So as a result of that, I spoke to Mr. Sherman about this coming and giving us an overview of the terrain, parts of the city that the current ordinance that we have in that regard. My recollection puts it from Broad Street right down to Armstrong Galleria. So my question will be moving forward, commission meeting, is do we want to expand this further across the city of Augusta? So just let Mr. Sherman give us a few pointers about the current ordinance we have in place and the jurisdiction that it actually covers.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is Mr. Sherman in the public space, or is he in the waiting room?
I'm not sure. I thought he was.
Yes, let me bring him in.
All right, thank you.
There he is, Mr. Chair.
All right. How you doing, Mr. Sherman? Can you hear us, Director Sherman? All right, is he connected to audio? Can you hear us? Can you hear us, Director Sherman?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Hassan, you want to proceed?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Sherman, I just wanted to give us a quick overview of the ordinance and also the geographical locations that it covers. With that in mind, I'm looking forward to the next commission meeting, asking them to potentially look at it and to revisit the ordinance, try to expand its footprint in the city of Augusta. So you just give a brief overview of it.
The ordinance that we have on the books now, it's titled aggressive panhandling. And the areas are in the Broad Street area and then the Armstrong Galleria area over in the Lane Walker neighborhood. And the aggressive panhandling it's sort of defined as a situation, well, it's panhandling, it's begging, but it's also a situation where a person walking down the sidewalk is intimidated or uncomfortable continuing on the path to go by someone who is panhandling. We have had calls and say complaints about panhandlers being out in the right of way on Peach Orchard Road area, out on Furious Ferry, off Washington Road, or along some of the major thoroughfares at the intersections. We've had people out asking, panhandling. And so I think that the ordinance could fairly easily be amended to address those situations.
Intersections.
Yes.
All right.
So follow up with him.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So in doing that, if we wanted to expand that footprint, does the term need to stay with aggressive panhandling? And what is the difference between aggressive panhandling and panhandling? I've heard you say about if you feel threatened, but just regular panhandling across the city.
So in the downtown area and in the Armstrong Galleria area, I believe when the ordinance was amended, it was sort of described as aggressive panhandlers, but not all panhandlers are aggressive. So I think there would be a definition just as for panhandling, which it is in the ordinance, and that's just someone who's begging is how it's simply put. But it could be that it would apply citywide, where someone is standing out in the public right of way in the road asking for money or for something. So we could continue with the ordinance, and I will get with the law department on this, but we could continue with the ordinance with the aggressive panhandling, but also have another section that addresses just panhandling in throughout the city in general.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Sias.
Thank you, sir. One of the things, Mr. Sherman, I would like to see this also addressed is the trash. In other words, maybe we can restrict panhandling from areas where folks are prone to leave trash. An example, I've got some complaints along with Commissioner Son is referring to is particularly at Windsor Spring Road and Bobby Jones. People hang out there and they leave trash behind them, and they do the same thing in other areas, particularly up under the bridges. So also let's look at and consider places where we can prohibit panhandling, particularly where it tends to create a bunch of trash. And that's one of the problems we have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Commissioner Jordan. What I want to know is, well, first of all, this ordinance needs to be, throughout the county. But my concern is, just like all other ordinances we have in place, they're not enforced. Who would enforce these ordinances? You go down to District 1, downtown Broad Street, and maybe you grab a sandwich or a cup of coffee or something. You want to go over and sit down in the center of the park where the James Brown statue is at, and you have to fight off people that are already there asking for money. So you go over to the Augusta Commons and sit on one of those benches. They follow you over there. So who's going to enforce this ordinance? We don't have anybody downtown to enforce ordinance. The police deputies that are down there, I know that they have the power to write parking tickets, and they don't even do that. So my question is, who's gonna enforce ordinance?
Mr. Sherman?
As it is, it would be the sheriff's office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any more discussion on this item? All right, do we need to receive all this as information, Ms. Bonner?
Just one quick second.
Okay, Commissioner Sias.
Commissioner, I want to ask Commissioner Son a question.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
What was your goal today, Commissioner?
My goal was,
Commissioner Son, what was your goal today?
my goal was to push it forward to the full commission for a vote to try to expand the footprint of the ordinance of a citywide panhandle ordinance.
So move.
And I'll second that. All right, Ms. Bonner, we vote.
The vote. Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Clark,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias.
Yes, ma'am.
Not seeing Mr. Frenham, that motion carries with him out 3-0.
All righty, well, that concludes our Public Services Committee meeting. Thank you all. Pass it down to the next one.
Arnold, let me know when you're ready.
Yes, sir. We're ready.
All righty. The administrative service is being called to order. Ms. Bonner, any deletions or additions?
Yes, sir. You believe you have before you a request for an addendum agenda consisting of 4 items. Receive administrator's response to a commission inquiry. Item 2 is to accept HUD American Rescue Plan funds allowed through HCD requested by the administrator. To discuss the procedure for open records requests requested by Commissioner Sias, and supporting documentation for item number 2.
Okay. So, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Administrator.
Just one thing, you also have a deletion. The Carl Vincent Institute of Government, Mr. Watkins from there, he had another meeting that he had to attend. And so I would ask that you move that to the next committee cycle, unless you'd like for me to present it solo, which I can, but I think in the interest of time, it would be fine to have him on board to present and answer any technical questions.
Is that item number 2?
Yes, ma'am.
On the regular agenda? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Add that for deletion. Okay.
Could we move it to the next, or the deletion, put it on the next committee cycle?
Yeah, let me ask, Mr. Chairman, are you gonna form a consent agenda?
I am. I do plan to do that.
Okay,
yes,
Mr. Administrator, as part of that consent agenda, that item could be moved to the next committee within the consent agenda.
Got it.
All right. The consent agenda, Ms. Bonner, consists of item number 2 to be moved to the next committee cycle, item number 4, and item number 9 as consent agenda. 4 and 9 is to be approved.
Item 4 and 9 as the consent agenda?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I know it's Mr. Frenham's item, but it's pretty much mute now, number 3. Will we just move that to consent agenda or just delete it?
Just delete it.
So
yes, you can add that, Ms. Bonner, deletion for delete purpose.
Okay, and also I don't really see a reason or need for an update on the fire chief process at number 5. Could we delete that one also?
That's the administrator have that on the year. Mr. Administrator, you want to give us an update?
You still need that one, Mr. Administrator?
We've
already voted on the fire chief.
I think you have, but I believe that there are some items from the public trust that were not addressed. And I would welcome the opportunity to simply add it to the record. There doesn't have to be discussion on it, but I would like to have it formally added to the record and maybe pushed to the commission cycle as information only.
Okay, so could we just add it to consent, Mr. Chair?
No, that's not what he said. He said he'd like to speak to it.
You want to speak to it, sir?
No, what I was saying, Mr. Chair, is that we can actually, I would just like to have it added to the public record. And so I think you could add it to the consent agenda, unless there are questions that the commission would like for me to add.
Okay, I'm confused on that, but okay.
Well,
We
I'm
just want to
saying I would just like to make sure it's a part of the public record. So yes, I'll speak to it. Yes, sir. I'd like to speak.
let me be very clear. Do you want to speak to it? You don't want to speak to it? Want to pass it to the full commission?
I would like to pass it to the full commission.
Okay, all right. So we're talking about item, Ms. Bonner, can you give us that? We got item number 2.
Number 5. He's requesting that the item be referred to the full commission, June 1st meeting.
Okay. So what do you got for
So
consent?
far, your consent consists of item number 2 being referred to the next committee, item number 3 deleted, item number 4 consent, item number 5 consent forwarded to the full commission, June 1st meeting. That's
Item number 9.
and number 9. And item number 9.
Can I get a motion?
Move.
Second. You voted, Ms. Bonner?
Bobby Williams and Mr. Hassan. Okay,
Yes.
all right. Ms. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Franum, Mr. Bobby Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries with Mr. Franum out. Consent agenda.
Okay. Bonner, go back to item number 1.
Item number 1 is a presentation by Devaron Blunt regarding a new program, Blunt Beginnings, to assist with providing services to the homeless.
Mr. Blunt, how you doing, sir?
Doing well, and yourself?
You all right, so Mr. Blunt, you have 5 minutes.
All right.
Give us your name and your address, please.
All right. So my name is Devarian Blunt. My address is 1434 Brown Road, Georgia 30815.
Go ahead, sir.
All right, great. So I wanted to introduce myself as Devarian Blunt. I'm the founder of Blunt Beginnings. We initially started just because I worked in the prison system about 10 years ago. And while working in the prison system on a number of different positions, I saw the same recurring issue as individuals coming back and forth to prison. And it kept being the same thing. They didn't have accessibilities, or they didn't know about the resources that were available to them in their community. Last year, my wife and I founded Blunt Beginnings, and our mission was solely to provide housing to individuals coming out by working with the RPH program, or Reentry Partnership Housing Program, through the Department of Community Supervision. During that time frame, we really set out and we started to meet with other organizations that were factored around some of the programs that we wanted to build, as far as financial literacy. We offer housing ourselves specifically for individuals coming out of prison, and that is for men currently, but we look in the future to offer it to women. Our main objective today is to really notify you guys that we're here in the area, and we want to assist with anything dealing with any instances dealing with the homeless population. I understand wholeheartedly about your your homelessness task force and what you guys did while opening up the May Park Warming Center. My wife and I have understood that there's a major issue with the homelessness population downtown. And as we sat in today, we overheard a little bit about the panhandling. Panhandling results from individuals not having access to resources, accessibilities to really gain employment or housing. And we look to partner with other organizations such as government leadership, government agencies, and higher leadership in Augusta to try and implement certain rules and regulations of what we have with our system or with our program to help get some of these people off the homeless, or out of the homeless shelters and off of the streets. There are a number of individuals in the homeless shelter of the Salvation Army. We don't partner, but we are in coordinates with the Salvation Army. We've spoken numerous times to a number of organizations in the area to try and lend our services. Right now, we have the accessibility to hold 16 individuals in 2 separate properties that we hold here in the Augusta area. Currently, we have 7 individuals who we oversee in our RPH program. Thus far, we help them overcome paying their restitution fees, which will guide them to be able to hold on to a job because they'll be able to obtain the license and also have more focus on finding housing. So again, my main focus today is to really let everyone know what we're doing. I'll let you guys know who we're helping. And our thing is we want to utilize the resources of pre-existing organizations who pretty much exemplified their ability to help a diverse population, individuals coming out of prison and also just homeless people who may have mental health illnesses or just don't have are just not competent enough to hold a job of what we find a normal job. And I feel like with doing that and with partnering with these organizations, we'll be able to reach our goals and missions.
I have a question for you. Are you through, Mr. Blunt?
Yes, sir, I am.
Yeah, you made mention that you were able to house, how many persons you say you were able to house?
Currently, I'm able to house 16 individuals.
So how are you going about doing that?
So we have 2 houses. I can let you know in a private conversation about where our homes are located. Our homes are located directly beside each other.
I'm sorry, go ahead. No, I didn't say you didn't have to. Wondering how if you might to get private housing or something. I was just wondering what vehicle you were using to house the homeless. That's all. Either reentry.
Right. So right now, I want to say that we are structured underneath the boarding housing rules. So by the state of Georgia, we are able to hold 24 individuals, but based on the guidelines with Richmond County, we're only able to hold 16, just because of the person per square foot. So right now, again, we have accountability of 7 individuals that we oversee, but we can hold up to 16 right now. The RPH program is on a freeze, and that's statewide because I think they're trying to designate more people to certain areas that are more so that are set up better for them to be able to, even if they don't complete the program, they will still have somewhere to go to that they're familiar with.
Do you have any information with you?
I actually do. I have my business cards, and I can give you our webpage also.
Okay. Well, you can leave that with Ms. Natasha there at the table there before you leave. Mr. Jordan Johnson has a question for you. Commissioner Johnson, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I want to thank Mr. Blunt for caring about the homeless. That's an issue that I would like to think I can speak for this body and say that we all care deeply about. That's why we formed our homeless task force. And I would like to also extend the opportunity to sit down and talk with you more about the services that you offer to the homeless in an effort to maybe integrate some of the efforts that the task force will present to the commission with what you're presenting to the community as well. So, Ms. McFarley is in the public space with you. I'm not sure if she can hear me, but if she can, feel free, Ms. McFarley, to share my contact information with Mr. Blunt as well so that we can organize some type of meeting. But I want to just thank you for what you're doing because it's a service that we certainly can't pay enough for. So thank you for what you're doing. I look forward to chatting with you more about your efforts.
Most definitely. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Son.
Anybody have any more questions for Mr. Blunt?
No, sir.
Get a motion to receive this information.
So move.
Second.
Without objection, sir.
Yes, sir, without objections.
Thank you.
Okay.
Item number 6.
Item number 6, update regarding presentation by SLA Labs at the last committee meeting regarding their request for a letter of support from the commission.
This is Mr. Mayor's item. Mr. Mayor in the house.
Well, sir, at the last meeting, you all requested that the information be sent to Mr. Tom Clark, I believe.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
I have not heard back from him regarding the information other than to acknowledge receipt of it.
Okay.
So
Well,
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Ms. Bonner. Yes,
Sorry.
sir.
Mr. Chair, can we just move it back to the next committee meeting? I mean, unless
Okay,
you
Mr.
want to
Chair.
go, unless you guys
No.
want to go forward with it.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. We're gonna make a
Okay.
motion back to the next committee meeting. I can do that.
Mo-
Want to send back to
motion
the next committee cycle.
Motion to send it to the next committee meeting.
You're seconding that, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
With, okay, so this will be done with no objection?
No
from the
objection.
committee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The next item is item number 7. Is that where you're headed, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Mhm.
Okay, item 7, update from the administrator regarding the development of a policy for the recruitment for executive level directors, personnel to include commission's direct reports.
Mr. Administrator, you're up.
Yes, sir. So we presented to the commission at the last meeting, and I believe that Mr. Brown asked for about 30 days to be able to deliver on this. What I did want to add is that our discussion, so that we can get feedback from the committee, includes, I guess, adding more visibility and transparency to the process, so that at different steps of the process, we do a public report out of where we are, to make sure that there's no confusion about, where we are within the process. So when we're recruiting and the recruitment process has begun, we would simply, during the commission report out, provide that these positions are being recruited for actively now, and we expect them to close around this date. And then once we get there, we would let them know that we have started the vetting process, so that we are very, I guess, transparent and public about where we are in those recruitment processes.
Okay. I'm sorry, is this the process
that we discussed?
That we discussed? So once
Yes,
we
sir.
get it in hand on paper, get a chance to look at it, it makes more sense. So give us
Yes, sir.
something in writing based on what you
Yes.
suggest. I know it won't be finalized, because I think you got 30 days, but give us where you're headed with the process. If you have that in the next week, we can take a look at it and say, well, we think you're headed in the right direction. So give us something
Yes, sir.
tangible, hands on.
Yes, sir. And so this, I don't know why it came back on this committee cycle, but since it was on here, I just wanted to provide that insight that the one thing we want to focus on is making sure that we meet the level of transparency that our public would like. So we'll make sure to have all of those things included within that 30-day time frame that you guys provided us as the committee.
When I reverse myself, then as Commissioner Side said, reverse. We just receive that information and then let y'all have the appropriate time, since
Yes,
I
sir.
thought they put it back on here, but it just happened to be on here by coincidence. So no problem. Let you keep doing what you're doing. We would just receive your comments as information.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, Ms. Scott, or any other of my colleagues?
No.
Okay. Ms. Bonner, no
Item
objections.
8, okay, thank you. Item number 8 is to approve the administrator's process and timeline for a full return to chambers for the Augusta Commission and all associated boards and committees.
May I proceed, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
So yesterday, the mayor issued an executive order that continues MAS through June 8th. In looking at all of the activity and the recommendations from the CDC, it is starting to encourage us to really accelerate opening up. Also, recently we had a conference, the GCCMA conference, which was kind of a really good test case. My office worked very closely with them to organize and put some requirements in place that we think works. We also have a drop in positive counts in Augusta as well. So much so that I just got the report today, or I'm sorry, last night, that we do not have any positives within our staff, that's one of the first times that has occurred, and that's very big news and good news for us. And so my recommendation is that we accelerate the initial timeline to return to chambers in alignment with the mayor's order for June 8th for committee and commission meetings. But based on our commitments to our judiciary and others, that we phase in boards, commissions, and authorities throughout the next quarter so that we can ensure we're not double and triple booking the chambers and other areas. And so I would request that we return on June 8th, but we allow the administrator's office and the clerk's office to coordinate the return of those others so that we can ensure we're scheduled appropriately. The other portion of that recommendation is that the commission utilize room 291 versus the small commission room to make sure we can still social distance.
Okay, Commissioner Sias. Commissioner Sias.
Thank you, sir. I got a couple of points I want to make, but I have a question for the administrator first, and hopefully we can, when you say social distancing under the new circumstance, administrator, what distance are you calling that?
So I think you still would do 6 feet, but I think we can expand or increase the number of number of citizens that would enter into the chambers. I think right now we've got it at 15. My proposal, or what I would likely propose after conferring with central services, is to double that. And so that way we would be letting citizens in, but we would still operate the same way with our staff, where we would have them in the adjoining rooms and then they would enter in. The reason for that is because our vaccination rates are some of the lowest kind of in the spectrum. And so we want to make sure that as we let vaccinated and unvaccinated citizens in, which we cannot control, we still keep folks safe.
Well, I know the CDC had kind of went down to about 3 feet in many situations and cases. And I would say on Fort Gordon, a federal organization, and they follow the rules to the letter. And on Fort Gordon right now, fully vaccinated people, they have the signs posted. They don't require a mask at all. Now, they don't have anyone standing at the door checking to see who is and who isn't. But the fact is, with the number of folks out on Fort Gordon, I think that's a big step forward. And I think we need to not drag this process out on and on. And we need to go ahead and get back to working in the chamber. I'm a little concerned that we're dragging it out and everybody else around us are almost back to business as usual. We want to protect our people, and everybody should have the option of wearing a mask if they want to. But I just think we gotta start narrowing this down sooner or later, man. This particular proposal, you were doing all right with me at first. That's me personally, but they got a little tacky there at the end. So I think we can tighten up a little bit.
Mr. Administrator, let him finish.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, I was with him on the beginning of his thing there, but I he kind of lost me at the end there. Thank you.
Okay.
That's not an argumentative point of say you did wrong. Just my thoughts.
Commissioner Clark, Administrator, we're gonna move on that. Y'all just on the time, and that's all.
Thank you. Let me just ask one thing. Administrator Donald.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate what you're doing, trying to get us back in the chambers, but I agree with Commissioner Sias. We have a marshal at the door coming into the chambers. Why can't we limit access to the chambers with the gallery to people that has a vaccination card? All they've got to do is show their card, they can come in. Why don't we move that way? Thank you.
Mr. Administrator, go ahead. You can respond. Go ahead.
So I don't think that's a bad idea. I think what Mr. Commissioner Sias mentioned about the 3 feet, right now we're at 6 feet, and we've got 15 people in there. So my proposal is actually, I think he was right. Maybe I wasn't clear on my proposal. By doubling it to 30, you would actually have the 3 feet of distance, and probably should have illuminated on that better. I also don't disagree with you, Commissioner Clark, that we could do it to where they show the vaccination card. But I think what you guys have really kind of stressed is inclusive government. I wouldn't want to, exclude folks or infringe on their ability to tell whether they're vaccinated or not. I think we get into a gray area there. And so my proposal is just to let people come with masks, and we keep the 3 feet of distance, which the CDC is recommending. And so again, if the body has a will to do something else, staff will fully implement. But my proposal takes into account the CDC 3 feet that Commissioner Sayers mentioned, and it also doesn't infringe on folks' need to tell us whether they're vaccinated or not, because I think our citizens have a choice there and should still be able to access. I also wanted to highlight right now, I said that wrong. I said 15 and 30. We're actually at 20, and we would double it to 40 based on the 3 feet. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Clark?
No, he did not.
Uh-oh, I may have lost him.
Commissioner Scott?
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead.
That's good. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if we can actually require citizens to show their vaccination cards, because that's against HIPAA. So that's something that we couldn't do, because I don't even think the school system at first was trying to do the temperature check. And I know at the school that my niece worked at, they couldn't do it because of the HIPAA law. So I don't think we could do that.
You better tell the cruise lines that, because they require it.
Yeah.
That's the cruise line.
And
Attorney Brown.
vaccine card does not tell anybody about anybody's health-related issues or medical history. It just says that you have a vaccination. It's just like it used to be when you had to be vaccinated to go to school. That's not violating anybody's HIPAA laws.
Attorney Brown,
Yes, sir.
what's your thoughts on this conversation here around
No.
vaccination?
The idea, if I can put it bluntly, the idea of asking people trying to
I think y'all got your own bugging system going on now. Mr. Brown, Commissioner, Attorney Brown, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yes. If I may answer that in short order, excluding people from the chambers because they are not vaccinated is a non-starter.
Okay.
Should not.
All right.
It should not be done. The difference between a cruise line and Augusta, Georgia is that we are government and the public has access to it. The cruise line is a private company and you have no right to be there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the clarity. Any other
Yes, sir.
questions around this conversation?
Got your mayor
Mr.
pro tem.
Chairman,
Mayor, well, okay, I'm sorry, Mr.
but I've been waving my hand at you for the last 15 minutes.
Well, you know, I
so-
look, you got other means of being recognized. They roll your hand, don't get it for you.
You know what? But I like, now, tell you the truth, I like having, doing virtual at home for committees, but I do like the recommendation that the administrator came out with. So do we just need a motion to put that motion?
Yes,
What the
sir.
administrator said?
I think
Yes,
we
sir.
just, I'm sorry,
No.
Ms. Bonner. Go ahead, Ms. Bonner.
You
Help us
need
out.
a motion.
All right,
Well-
so what is Ms. Bonner saying?
Well, the request is to approve the administrator's process and timeline. So in order to give it approval, we would need a motion.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am. So I
Okay.
make that motion, Ms. Bonner,
Okay,
that we take on the administrator's process.
Second.
Mr. Minister, I want to say one thing, Mr. Administrator, as you line us up to get back there. since we're gonna be meeting in 291 for executive session,
Sir.
will you please speak with the marshal about getting a marshal outside the door? So that
Yes.
person can be able from the door trying to listen to the conversation that we're having inside the door. So just be sure to speak to him around that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Bonner, we ready to vote? Voting.
Yes, sir, we are. Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. John Franum, Mr. Bobby Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries with Mr. Franum out.
Thank you, ma'am. Next item, Ms. Bonner, when you get a chance.
The number 10,
Yes, ma'am.
receive administrator 60-90-day report out and recommendation to transition Augusta non-emergency fleet to alternative energy vehicles.
Mr. Administrator, go ahead.
Yes, sir. We do need Director Douse in for this conversation.
Okay, Ms. Downs?
And so while she comes in, and I know she'll have a delay, so I was trying not to start until she comes in. And she's there. So Commissioner, for this one, the mayor brought a topic up about transition our fleet to fuel efficient vehicles or low or no efficient vehicles. And so we have reviewed the process, and there's a presentation that I think Mr. Lewis is going to put on screen that breaks down what that recommendation is. Did you got it, Mr. Lewis?
This is the HCD one?
No, this is the Green Augusta.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I do have it.
And so, so for the edification of the commission, on February 6th, you authorized me to utilize different departments to conduct a review of transitioning our non-public safety vehicle fleet to zero emission vehicles. And so Director Dowse has played an extremely integral role in coordinating this. Just highlighting a couple of things, because I'll go through the presentation and you can go to the next slide. Mr. Lewis, we have a total of about 2,400 vehicles in our fleet. That does not include environmental services, the Augusta Fire Department, transit, or the airport. And so quite a lot of opportunity to look at where our fleet is. One caveat that you should know is that the Environmental Services Department manages and operates a South Augusta compressed natural gas fueling station for our municipal use. The department currently fuels 2 hybrid sedans. And so, you know, that's our extent of low and no emission fleet. And so there's not a lot of activity related to our going green in relation to our vehicle fleet. You can go to the next slide, Mr. Lewis. When you look at that road vehicle inventory, which is a total of about 1,100, which you just passed a new fleet maintenance policy that extends the mileage to about 175,000 miles. That means that we won't have to renew our fleet as often as we once did, which will, one, save us money, but also creates an opportunity to plan and potentially insert new low and no emission vehicles into our process. And so if you go to this next slide, when you look at the fleet and light vehicle inventory, again, we've got a low amount of fleet that is included in here, but here's just a breakdown of what our fleet looks like. And you see I mean, we joked about it before coming online, but there are not many places that still have Crown Victorias, let alone are attempting to maintain them. And so as we phase those options out, also when you look at our Ford Rangers, which is where most of our opportunity is, those are not reaching the high mileage rate because they are underutilized. And so if you go to the next slide, when looking at our Ford Rangers, there are quite a few that again are underutilized and will not ever reach the 175,000 marker. And even beyond that, it becomes more to service them than they are worth. And so you can go to the next slide. Looking at that, at our opportunity to replace fleet and bring on new low emission vehicles, this is just a summary of the cost of those vehicles, as well as the models and the combined mileage that each offer. As you can see, it is much higher than the mileage for which our other vehicles provide. You can go to the next slide. And so in looking at some of the best practices, the city of Savannah is a great example of how other cities are operating, as well as within our state, but also neighboring states, in bringing these low and no emission vehicles forward. Savannah has a 15% goal to transition. I'm sorry, their goal is to transition 15% of their fleet to electric or hybrid by 2023, for which they are on track. They also utilize the Georgia Power Will It Work program, which is something that we've also explored, where they come in and do a data assessment and tell you the best way to transition your fleet at no cost. They also include a process by which you would implement a portion of the process, bringing some of these no or low emission fleet automobiles to be test driven by some of your staff during a normal work day or work week, so that they can get the data and then give you the appropriate projections. What Savannah is also doing is that their current inventory now tops 1,400 light vehicles, which you see is comparable to ours. And they are also working with Enterprise to lease 21 electric vehicles. So you can go to the next slide. Orange County, very similar. I'll kind of go through these quickly in the interest of time, but they are actually committing to convert their entire light duty fleet by 2030. They utilize CNG, similar to our fueling station, to power their hydraulic trucks, and they currently have over 200 electric vehicles and 40 charging stations, which is another challenge for implementation. In the city of Austin, they've saved about $1,000 per an electric vehicle that they purchase. They've also purchased more than 130 electric vehicles through a purchasing collaborative, and more than 10% of their light duty fleet has electric charging options. So the others are hybrid. Their transit has also pledged a fully electric bus fleet by 2032. Now, the outlier is Austin, because Austin is one of the largest and most well-funded cities in our nation. And so their ability to transition in such a short period of time is unique. Also, I mentioned, when we talk about private sector partners, and you can go to the next slide, Georgia Power has really been very helpful in this process. They provide electronic transportation infrastructure leading up to the charger. They also support distribution services that simply don't include electric chargers, landscaping, bollards, as well as applicable space painting. We can go to the next slide. Mr. Lewis, you can go to the next slide. And so I talked about the Will It Work program. I won't really harp on that, but the reporting and recommendations will ensure that the decisions made to expand beyond what we'll be recommending today is done so in a cost-effective manner. And so you can go to the next slide. So finally, before the recommendations, just very quickly, this is a breakdown of the charging stations that are throughout the CSRA. And so as you can see, as electric vehicles become more popular, there have been quite a few of what are called level 2 and 3 charging stations, which are outside of your home throughout the CSRA. So there is a beginning infrastructure for us to begin with. And so we'll go to the next slide. And so when you look at these charging stations, you can see that the investment can, while it does go quite a long way, the upfront cost can be expensive if you are utilizing the level 3. We believe that a mixture of level 2 and level 3 investments, along with what is already existing in the CSRA, will allow us to bring forward a positive result to the commission. You can go to the next slide. And so our recommendations would, one, be to surplus those 63 Ford Rangers at an estimated $5,000 a piece, with funds that would offset any EV conversion project at about $300,000. Could reallocate deferred funds from the capital outlay to purchase vehicles and charging stations, which again would be about $350,000. These are all budgeted and revenue neutral projections. We could purchase 10 electric vehicles estimated at $40,000 each over the lifetime of our goals, as well as purchase 5 hybrid vehicles estimated at $30,000 each at about $150,000. And then we would also install 10 charging stations. While these are proposed locations, they're not fixed in stone. That would cost us about $55,000. And you can go to the next slide. I think we'd also want to utilize Georgia Power as a great asset, partially because they fund some of the research and activities, but also by partnering in the Will It Work program, we'd be able to provide data that would expand our proposal. The proposal that I've presented to you today, of course, you have a larger 20-page document, 11-page document that's a part of the record, but it would, and let me make sure I got that page count right. Yep, it's right at about 11 pages, but this would transition that light duty fleet by 20% over the next 10 years, and then allow us to expand that goal after we enter into the Will It Work Georgia Power program. And so that concludes. I would like to defer to Director Dowse for any additional comments, as well as any technical questions that the commission might have. But our recommendation is 20% over the next 10 years. Director?
I just wanted that Central Services Fleet Management is extremely excited about what this could do for our region. As you know, globally, there has been a push towards a more alternative fueling model. And I think Augusta is right on point if our recommendations are approved. So thank you, Administrator. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Commission.
I would like to defer to Mayor Davis to make any comments that he might want if it's the will of the committee, because I know that he had been working on exploring this and brought the task forward initially.
Mr. Mayor, you're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Administrator Donald, Ms. Dowse, I want to thank you all for the hard work that you put into this and your teams to bring this forward to us. This presentation and report that you've shared with us today will put Augusta in a position to not only make Augusta a model city, if you will, but when you think about the American Jobs Plan that's being considered in the Biden-Harris administration, and the, billions of dollars that are available through competitive grants, this couldn't come at a better time for us as a city. When you look at people moving from across the DMV to Augusta because of cybersecurity and other facets of that, while at the same time knowing that we are expanding and growing as a community and region, I just say kudos to you. This is very favorable, and it puts us ahead of the curve, and it shows that, again, if we look forward to making investments, it puts us ahead and has skin in the game, so that when those competitive grants are made available through the American Jobs Plan, Augusta is ready to be a leader in this. So again, thank you all.
Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Commissioner Hassan. Looking at this plan, it's looking like we are definitely headed in the right way to become a more green city. But a couple of things really stuck out to me as we start to implement electric vehicles into our fleet, and especially, looking at our utilities and engineering vehicles. Will the vehicles that we implement that are electric have the same ability to haul and pull equipment? Is that something that we're looking at, or will those types of vehicles remain in our fleet that we currently use? And also, the other question that I had was, I noticed where the 10 charging stations you were presenting, they're all downtown, but we have central services and Parks and Rec. They're down in South Augusta. Are we just not going to implement any electric vehicles there?
Those are two great, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, may I respond?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Those are two great questions, and I think you're right on time and thinking the right way as always on those activities. I think the first piece is these are low or no emission vehicles, and so the hybrids, for example, for the let's say Toyota Tundras and things of that nature, would still be able to be utilized. We would just look at those flex fuel vehicles or the electric vehicles that they provide. And so there's some additional information in the larger document that breaks that down. And I know there was a tardy submission on that, but yes, sir, you're right on target. We will definitely either be keeping those same vehicles or transitioning to vehicles that are hybrid or meet that need. So they may not be no emission, they would just be low emission based on what is presented in that environment. Secondly, that list was really just a sample list of how we would distribute those charging stations. You're right on target. South Augusta should receive exactly what downtown does, but given the time frame that the commission provided, we were able to assess downtown easiest with our partners from Georgia Power, who are still assessing all of Augusta. And so I think as we go into the Will It Work program, we would go well beyond 10 charging stations also. But
Thanks,
great
sir.
observations. Yeah.
Commissioner Size and then Commissioner Clark next.
All right, thank you, sir. Two things. When we talk about power, I don't know who all saw it, but I guess since the administrator mentioned Toyota, Ford had a demonstration with their F-150.
Yeah,
it pulled 10 railroad cars loaded with 30 trucks.
Yeah.
And so, and that electrical vehicle pulled that entire load, and that was an F-150. Now, I'm not endorsing them, just making that point. Secondly, I want to ask the administrator, Jefferson Electric has been volunteering or trying to volunteer to put in a charging station at Diamond Lakes. Can you tell us where we are at on that one, or have you been aware of that?
Yes, sir. Director McDowell made me aware of it, and the representative, he had actually worked with them to schedule to have them to come forward on the commission. But when he learned about this project, he's actually since referred them to Director Dowse and myself. And so we'll be having that conversation shortly.
Do you think that's a complicated process to get them permission to put that charging station out there? I think really you all can say what specifications you want in it, but should we keep dragging that out? That's my concern.
Well, so I don't know how long it's been going on. It just came to my attention as we started this process, but the specifications that Georgia Power is going to give us is what we will utilize. And I think it's as simple as us giving the thumbs up.
And that need to be from the commissioner, from the administrator's office. I don't see a problem with the administrator's office doing it.
Yeah, I believe from my understanding, it's under the administrator's office authority. And so we'll verify that with legal. If it is, we can report back to the commission, likely if, assuming the commission would allow this to go forward to the commission, at that time, we would likely be able to report out on that.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to see us get this done. They're wanting hard to assist. So I think we should allow them to.
Absolutely, it would save us money.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't have a problem with it, but I'm just bringing it back for the commission. I think that's the safest way to do it. Commissioner Clark.
Yes, thank you. Administrator Donald, just a couple of questions. You may have already answered them and I missed them.
No
But when we're talking about electrical battery charged automobiles and vehicles, what is the approximate length that a battery or the batteries that will last in these vehicles before they have to be replaced? And then part two of that question would be, how would we dispose of the batteries?
That's another great question. And so the first thing, there are two answers to your first question. It's in the presentation, but not in as much detail. And so if you go to page 7 in the document, it just kind of highlights the electric mileage for each automobile, but the average of those batteries, I believe, is right at about a decade, but it varies based on who is producing the actual automobile. So we gave some samples using Nissan, Chevy, Hyundai, Kia, and Toyota, but I think Commissioner Sayers pointed out that you also have Ford, who is producing, and I believe they mentioned that their battery goes upwards to 15 years. I don't know what the warranty on it is, so we can get that information at a later date. But the life cycle of those batteries is actually as long as really the life cycle of the car, based on what our projected usage might be. Now, disposal, there are multiple programs for which you may dispose these, just as we do tires and batteries. There are programs with GMA for disposal and there are other statewide disposal processes. But then again, depending on the vendor and those agreements, there are buybacks as well. So there are a few different ways to skin that cat.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Minister, do you mind me asking Ms. Dowse, does she want to have a weigh in on it?
Yeah, she did 90% of the work.
Ms. Dowse.
No, sir, I have no additional comments.
Okay. Anybody have any more questions or comments? All righty. We'll receive this as information, Ms. Bonner. Oh, no. You need us to approve this, right, Mr. Administrator?
Yes, sir. I was just raising my hand. I would ask that the committee approve this to go before the broader commission.
All right, can I get a second?
Second.
You got us, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir, we have that. You ready to vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Franum, Mr. Bobby Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries with Mr. Franum out. Mr. Administrator, are you providing a supplement to this?
To which one is this?
Number 10.
Number.
You said you were going to bring, okay. I'll talk to you.
It has actually been provided. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It was provided and sent. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
It was the second attachment. I know they look the same, but it was the second. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yes, next time you get a chance.
Yes, sir. I think we're moving to the addendum agenda now.
Yes, ma'am, we are.
Yes, sir. We're headed to number 1, sir, on the addendum agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Receive administrator's response to May 4, 2021 commission inquiry of the fiscal year 2020 thresholds and purchases.
Mr. Administrator.
Yes, sir. This is just a response. We get a lot of requests from the commission. Just wanted to make sure that we responded to all of those in a timely manner. This one was just about what our spending looked like, as well as what percentage from 2020 was approved under the administrator's threshold of under 25,000. That was about 9.4%. There's a memorandum that was provided and is included in and was sent to the committee and commission. And so if there are any questions, I can answer those, but also would like to welcome in Procurement Director Jerry Sam.
If I remember correctly, this was Commissioner Clark's request, and I don't see him at this point in time, but I think that's where it came from. Am I not correct on that, Mr. Administrator?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. He's not here right now. So are there any other questions, comments around this? So could I get a motion to receive this information?
So move.
Second.
Receive as information without objection.
Without
Okay.
objection.
Item number 2.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion to accept HUD Home American Rescue Plan funds as stated.
I'm sorry, is this Mr. Administrator issue?
Yes, sir, but we would need Mr. Welcher, who is also in the waiting room, to enter in, and I can give you some insights as he comes in. This one, I think, is a really big deal for Augusta and the American Rescue Plan implementation. And it's probably a good example of the level of funding that we receive. Everyone's talking about the $84 million, but in Richmond County, there are other funds that are coming to Augusta. Some have gone to, as you know, I think about 112 million to the school board. In addition to that, we've received some U.S. Treasury funds, but these are our home funds that are focused on eradicating and mitigating homelessness. Well, the homeless task force that has been put together has really done a great job in framing the conversation. And they've mentioned having an actual facility that focuses on removing some of the problems as a big deal for Augusta. Well, in looking at the new regulations, non-congregate shelters are an allowable expense for this funding source. And so Mr. Welcher and his dynamic team have really dissected what can be done with the funds and developed a brief presentation where we would be proposing that Augusta construct a non-congregate shelter and leverage the recommendations from the homeless task force to really resolve a big homeless problem that we're facing. And so I'd like to turn it over to Director Welcher so he can talk about their great work.
Well, Joe, just first I want to say, I got to say this, Commissioner Sayers. So we're talking about a catalytic change finally, huh?
Commissioner, chair your committee.
It's in response to the will of the commission. I think all 10 of our commissioners and our mayor have been very focused on homelessness and have given a challenge to myself and staff. And I'm just excited that they have responded in the way that they have.
All right, Dr. Welcher.
Dr. Welcher now.
Dr.
Boy, I
Welcher.
tell you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Mr. Mayor, and other members of the commission. So back on April 28th, we were notified that we would receive as a city 3.4 million through the Home Investment Partnership American Rescue Plan. And the purpose of the funding would be to be used for housing and other service needs. So as the Administrator Donald has stated, we went and looked at what would be the highest and best use for a recommendation to provide, to his team. And what we've done is, what we want to do today is, we know that there are other administrative needs and things that need to be done in order for this money to actually flow into our coffers. But we want to go ahead and exercise our due diligence and begin that process. So what we wanted to do today was just focus on 2 activities, and main activity being the non-congregate housing shelter. I have with me, of course, Manager Daniel Evans, who you are very familiar with, who would just render this short presentation. Jeff, if you would, we're going to share screen.
Is he in? Oh, you're sharing screen, okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Thanks for taking the opportunity for us to present this information to you, to discuss the proposal for the use of these funds under the American Rescue Plan with our home investment partnership. So in total, Augusta, Georgia was awarded $3,483,201 under the American Rescue Plan specific to the home investment partnership program. As addressed in the award letter provided to our Augusta, Georgia, the funding is available to address the housing, shelter, and social service needs of the local community with a focus on persons experiencing or at risk of experiencing homelessness. In response to that, in the context that you heard provided by Administrator Donald and Mr. Welcher here, we're putting forth the following recommendation for the utilization of these funds. An estimated investment of about $2.2 million.
I'm sorry, Dan.
Of the award. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, about $2.2 million of the award would be for the acquisition and development of the non-congregate shelter. Essentially, that is a phraseology that just refers to temporary emergency shelter housing that is constructed in individualized units for additional security. It came out in response originally to the COVID-19 pandemic for isolation and quarantining procedures, but we're very fortunate that for these funds, HUD has identified already that this type of programming is appropriate to be utilized in the future in your community as a traditional emergency shelter, temporary housing options, or even as what they call permanent supportive housing. For the balance of the allocation under this home award, we're proposing to invest $760,720.85 in traditional affordable housing activities. Again, that's the development or construction of affordable housing for local residents. And Augusta is able to utilize 15% of the award, or the $522,480.15 that you see for administrative costs for the implementation, planning, and oversight of these funds. Again, focusing in on the non-congregate shelter, for which we are proposing a $2.2 million acquisition and development budget. These individualized private units that we discussed as being a defining characteristic of a non-congregate versus congregate shelter provide a very manageable concept, we feel like, moving forward, and as a safer alternative to open area shelters, and certainly to the current condition we find many of our residents living in open air encampments. As I mentioned a second ago, HUD has explicitly allowed for the conversion of these non-congregate shelter units that are acquired or developed with the home ARP funds for long-term utilization as either a traditional emergency shelter implementation, permanent supportive housing, or a version of permanent affordable housing over the long term for Augusta, so that our investment this year can have lasting impact across several years in our community. As you heard mentioned by the administrator and Director Welcher, we're proposing to work with the recently formed Homeless Task Force and other pertinent community partners to identify the appropriate site location, operational partner, and really the long-term vision for what this resource can be for Augusta, Georgia. With your approval today and any considerations in presentation to the commission, HCD would be in a position to move forward to engage with that task force leadership and those other pertinent community partners to see, again, what the timeline and process for moving this development forward looks like, and how we can put that framework in place so that when the implementation notice from HUD is provided to Augusta, Georgia, we'll be in a position to react accordingly and lead forward with what we believe will be a very valuable resource in addressing the affordable housing and homeless issues here in Augusta, Georgia. So with that, I'm happy to entertain any questions that you may have, Mr. Chairman, or any members of your committee.
Can you take the slide down, please?
Sure.
If I can see the commission. Well, first thing, just like I said, I thank y'all very much for the presentation. As I understand it, the plan is to build a non-congregate facility. Is that not correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we think that we have sufficient amount to do that with the 2.2 will cover that?
From our early looks at potential properties that we've sought to propose for this project, we feel that from an acquisition and development standpoint, that would be a sufficient budget. Yes, sir.
From the property that you're looking at, do we currently own the property, the options? Do we currently own those properties?
Mr. Welcher might be in a better position to speak to that directly.
So we have made proposals. We have made a couple recommendations to the administrator. I think right now we're still in concept phase. So there is one property of the 3 recommendations that is under the auspices owned by Augusta, Georgia. There are 2 others that are not. However, we have not gotten to the point where we can definitively say that, you know, we're ready to bring that to you. But I think from our standpoint, it will behoove us if we're able to use the majority of the 2.2 million for development and or renovation and not have to use that on acquisition. It really helps us. You know, if you're saying 2.2 is all that we have, then we probably can make it work in some aspect. But from our standpoint, you know, there is a recommendation that we made of a development that we think would be best fit. There are other things that we're looking at as well from an asset perspective. But right now, we can't definitively say that we have defined a location. We can't say that right now. But there are some others.
Okay, well, Mr. Administrator, for myself personally, I'm hoping my colleagues as well, I would really not like to see us spending money trying to acquire land. We own too much property around the city to put money into purchasing property from someone else. I just think we shouldn't do that. We're going to need those resources in trying to do this for so many other variable reasons in trying to make this happen. So I think you need to look at property that we actually own, and let us take a look at, you know, before you talking about considering spending money outside of the government to acquire property. Commissioner Sayers.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to say first to Mr. Welcher, a few years ago, this was your dream to build a facility. Okay, so guess what? You now have the funding. But here's the point I want to make. This CARES and Recovery Act funding is going to be basically a one-time deal. So in my view, if we go do something that we can do take care of the homeless. I know Commissioner Jordan and their task force, they were discussing this facility. So I'm going to encourage us to make sure we look at now and the future so that we don't build a facility that we can't operate 5 years from now, and make sure that our plan includes initiation and sustainability. And how do we go about doing that with the type of personnel that will be needed, operator, security, the whole 9 yards, and a facility that's simple where you don't have to spend every dime in building the facility, whether you acquire property or not. The second thing I would say, Mr. Welcher, what would you, just knowing the landscape, you and the administrator, what expectation you would expect that through your regular allocation of home funds that been coming for years, that you will be allowed to have or utilize part of that money for operational costs 5 years from now or 3 years from now? Because this basic projection of money is going to end. We know that. So I would like an answer to that question as y'all are thinking through this process.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I think we're making some progress on that. One thing we didn't want to do is we did not want to get too far out in front of the homeless task force because they had some conversations about how to operate the shelter and who would fund it and things like that. So you're right on target, Commissioner, and we'll make sure to bring the appropriate information back to the commission post-haste.
Okay, I don't want to see us build a Taj Mahal when we could have did it with a gym and been able to sustain it, where we had cot separation versus all these rooms that we've dedicated. I understand the need for sex differential where you want to put the females and their kids and things like that in one area and the males in the other. But just make sure our concept includes sustainability. That's my real concern.
Yes, sir. Any other colleagues with questions? Yes, sir, Commissioner Jordan.
Thank you, Commissioner Son. You know, I haven't smiled all day, so I have a ear-to-ear smile on my face now. I want to just take a quick opportunity to give kudos to Director Welch and his staff for having a vision to even bring this forward to the commission. These funds are funds that are definitely needed. We've been talking about this, you know, Director Welch and I since I got on the commission and shortly even before I got on the commission. And I'm just really excited to see that there's some type of funding in place to address the needs of so many people in our community. And of course, as time goes by, we'll have conversations about funding for operational programs and things of that nature. But I wanted to just make sure to go on record to thank the department for just having this type of visionary leadership to serve this community. I mean, this is a big deal, and I think that we ought to treat it like a big deal. But at any rate, I think that the right questions have been asked, and I don't want to beat the horse, but I want to just publicly thank Director Welcher, Manager Evans back there, and everyone who had a hand in making sure that this came about, because certainly, like I said about the Black ordinance last week, there are folks waiting on something like this. They're waiting. And I'm really excited about the opportunity to present them with what they've been asking for. So thank you all, and thank you to the commission. And thank you, Commissioner Son, for recognizing me.
Okay. Anybody else? Any questions or concerns, statements, comments? Anybody want to talk about the catalytic change? Nobody? Get it. So what do you want us to do?
Let me go ahead and call engineering services to order.
You're not there yet, Commissioner. You got two more issues.
We would ask.
Let me say, I'm gonna go ahead and say this now. I'll have to say it again to all of us, self-included, because I have nothing here before me. I tried to jot down what Ms. Bonner said was the addendum. I think I have an addendum myself on public safety. As a commission, now I got two addendums today, but I can tell you it's not good trying to back and forth to this here. So let's try to get our stuff in on time, self-included now, on time, and then especially with documentation, you know, and so things that we didn't have documentation on today, I'm hoping that they move forward to the full commission, there will be some documentation that we can look at, because that's critical. That's critical to have some documentation. So Ms. Bonner, go to the next one. I have no idea what it is.
But we need item number 2. Are you going to take any action on that? It says to accept it. I don't know what it is. I'm sorry,
what is this? What you want us to do with this? I don't know what to do.
Okay. The motion is to accept the HUD American Rescue Plan funds and allow HCD to move forward with the implementation of the recommended usage plan. C, allow HCD to hire 2 part-time staff persons concurrent with the term of the grant, provide supplemental pay where applicable in accordance with HUD regulatory guidelines for all affected employees. And 4, instruct finance department to add available funding to HCD's budget for immediate use and implementation upon receipt. That's what they're asking.
Can I get a motion now? I'm sorry. You got it, Ms. Scott?
Mr. Director Welcher has his hand up.
Go ahead, Mr. Welcher.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Bonner, she said 2 part-time. That should be 2 full-time.
2 full-time.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 full-time. Okay.
So moved.
Second. You got a motion and a second, Ms. Bonner.
All right, Mr. Son,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Franum, out, Mr. Bobby Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries with Mr. Franum out. Item number 3, sir, is
Yes,
to
ma'am.
discuss the procedure for open records requests.
Commissioner Sias. I know this because he sent this to me yesterday.
Thank you, Chairman. And I got my documentation. I'm finna say it. Okay. And I really want to appreciate what the attorney stated today from his folks about the records request thing that didn't go 100%. And I completely agree that that's a process that we need to look at. We have so many staff people that are really engaged on a lot of things. But first off, I want to get the administrators and then the attorneys' thought on the process that we're using to make sure of a couple of things. Number one, we meet the requirements of the law, and also that we work a process that we can effectively handle these requests without putting our whole operation in jeopardy of what we're supposed to be doing on a daily basis for our citizens. So first, I'd like to ask the administrator to weigh in and then the attorney. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, sir. Mr. Administrator?
I get in.
Yes, sir. So I mean, I think that we are definitely getting a good handle on how the flow of these requests should go. But the one kind of missing piece is that the process be centralized. I think right now we have requests that just kind of go all over the place, and then they come back to a central location. What we are looking at is ensuring that there's one central recipient who can make sure we're responsive in real time and provide updates throughout the process, as well as deliver documents as they're requested. And so that is something that both myself and legal have been working on, and just trying to figure out where the appropriate location for that is. We've talked about having it in the administrator's office or augmenting it in legal. But no matter what we do, we want to make sure we have a legal check, because this process requires, for them to kind of review and play a role in sensitive topics. So I think that's my feedback, and I think we're prepared, or will be prepared at the next committee cycle, if not before, to bring a recommendation back to the commission for any edits that we might be considering.
Attorney Brown.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I need you to weigh in on this open records.
Yes. As the administrator said, he and I have this.
Can't hear you.
Numerous, it was never intended for. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Start again. Go ahead.
Okay. The administrator and I have discussed this topic numerous times over the last month or two, and I think it would be appropriate to be centered in his office or whatever department he thinks is appropriate. I do think legal has to have some review of the documents prior to leaving. I guess, especially until his person is properly trained to handle it. And also, I think we have to seriously review the turnaround periods that these records are going out, because open records have been given an expedited priority, but with the number and increase of open records, I think we have to filter them in as equal tasks to other matters that the departments have to do.
Okay. Is that your comment on that, Mr. Brown?
Sir?
Yeah, I want to ask you. Are you finished?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now how does that? And I'm gonna go to Ms. Bonner next, Mr. Sides, before I come back to you.
All right, sir.
I think about it, probably 6 months or so ago, we enhanced the salary of one of your staff to say for this particular purpose here in general, which was to handle these open records. Now, trust me, it was nothing like you're experiencing right now, and I get that. But what does your staff do who were just handling those matters? Do they go, if this was placed in the just say the administrator's office to make a point, does that staff person work with the administrator's office at that point, or what? What happens?
No, sir. Hopefully not. That was her salary was enhanced because while she has a paralegal position, she has completed law school, and so her abilities are far beyond that of a paralegal. That was the reason why it was enhanced. And her handling of open records was one of the tasks that she could do that demonstrate the need for that enhanced salary. So that was just one of the tasks. Her major function is to be a paralegal in our office, which we need.
Okay, Ms. Bonner. Ms. Bonner, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Ms. Bonner, walk us through from the consolidated government, how many different attorneys and administrators we had, and how has this been handled historically?
Well, initially it was handled independently. Each department responded to his or her own open records request. Then later on, our attorney consolidated it within the law department. I think under the time it was Ms. Johnson's reign as the general counsel, where they came up with a more consolidated method by which the law department would be instrumental in helping to respond to those requests. Since then, I think Administrator Russell issued an administrative rule regarding the response to open records requests, and it was handled at that time through administration with the review from the legal department. So I'm not quite understanding now what the methodology is or the route by which they take.
Okay. Okay, go back, Mr. Brown, go ahead. Attorney
Yes.
Brown.
Just a slight edification. With Mr. Russell, what happened was that the administrative rule was issued. The custodian department that where the custodian of records answered the law department, answered the open records. It was never answered centrally from his office. And the rule also included that if the department was not sure or had a question, they could consult the law department for advice prior to releasing the records. But it was left with the custodian of records. I think now the administrator may be proposing a more centralized services for at least receiving the open records, but I don't think it's worked out just yet who will always answer these open records.
Now, when you say the custodian of record, the custodian of the records for us is the clerk of commission.
No, sir. No, sir.
You're not?
For the action of the commission, not the entire government.
No, I said for the commission.
Yeah. That will be a
I said for the commission.
right.
And so I'm asking.
Well, that was actions pertaining to the commission.
Yeah, I'm just saying what he said. Custodian. Yeah. Okay. All right.
No, what I meant was, Commissioner, that for the records that are requested, the department that housed or kept those records would be the records for those records, such as for something, a financial document. Say if they asked for an audit report, that would be finance. If they offered for planning, would have license and inspection material or planning documents. Engineering the same way would have their right-of-way charts, etc. Each department would do it. There's some efficiency there. The concern would be knowing what to release, did it get released timely, etc. So either way we structure it, there's going to be some challenges either way. There's no foolproof way to do it. Different cities have done it different ways. Some have tried to centralize it and have modified that centralization. So either way we do it, there's going to be some challenges. The problem is we have a mandate from the state that the state never funded. And so you're trying to use personnel who are fully employed and busy all day to now engage in another task that involves administration and legal matters.
Commissioner Sayers?
Thank you. Yes, sir. And I want to commend the attorney and the administrator for the attention they've given to this. But I want to say that I fully support a centralized in and out. Naturally, it has to go to the department who has the records. But for accountability, to ensure that we meet, it says you have to respond in 3 days. You don't necessarily have to have the documentation and the information out, but the folks who requested need to know that they have been heard and that they will get what they have requested as long as it's legal and whatever requirements to be redacted. Also, do not forget, we don't get just open record requests from the media. We get them from a lot of different folks. And you'll see somebody next week who had put in a very long records request to housing and development. And it kind of got in their way of what they was trying to do. And it wasn't necessarily done on the open records. It was done on the citizen requesting information. But it was protracted. So from now on, we can send those folks to this central location to put in their request for the information, and it won't inhibit or prohibit the other folks from doing their job to a large degree. So I strictly support a central location in and out, and for us to have that accountability and transparency, and we have to do our best to do that. So I want to, Commissioner, I hope your committee will put on a proposal to authorize the administrator and the law department, administrators of the law department, to come up with a procedure where they can establish this central in and out as to what the administrator and the attorney was kind of hinting to. I hope that motion can come out of your committee today. Thank you.
Ms. Scott, Commissioner Scott?
Administrator Donald or Attorney Brown. Now, if we would do this, would this mean that you would have to add a person to one of your departments, or how would that work?
Well, I think if the commission or the committee authorized us to move forward as the way Commissioner Sayers just recommended, we'd be able to identify that. I think there are some things that we can do where we may not add head count, but we definitely wouldn't add to budget. So given the time, we would be able to bring it back.
Let's be real. If it take a person, let's say that.
Well, but it may not increase head count. So I think it will take a person, but I think we're going to reduce some positions and things of that nature. So it'd be better to just bring it back in the future, knowing that it will likely increase or need a dedicated staff person.
Thank you.
Follow-up question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Go ahead.
where would this, do you know where this person would be best suited?
I think the best place or the best model that I've seen has been under communications. And it would be a person that would report up to the PIO or communications manager. And then they would have direct contact with legal.
So, Commissioner Scott, did that answer your question?
Yes.
Let me follow up to be specific about on Ms. Scott. Like I said, now say that part again, the answer you just gave just now, Mr. Administrator.
Yeah, so I said the best model that I've seen. Now again, we asking for some time to formalize it, but the best model that I've seen is where under your communications apparatus, they receive the open records requests and coordinate those appropriately. So that's your in and your out, but they coordinate with the legal department to make sure that all of those things are aligned.
Okay, so my question to you at this particular time, because it seems like it's landed in your lap, kind of. Mm-hmm. So are you creating that communication apparatus to your language? Are you creating that to be able to do this then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Now, I know in state government, it usually worked like that. but making sure that legal is really intimate, have an intimate part in this, and it did work for a lot of the state agencies that I work for. And I think we should go forward.
Okay, can I get a motion to that effect? Commissioner Size, asking the motion that the legal department and the administrative office work together and creating a streamlined process for,
You want a motion from your committee? You want one from Mr. Side?
no, from the, besides, he can't be in charge of everything, Bobby. That's between me and you.
You said Mr. Side. So
I said,
move.
As he asked.
Well, y'all just love me, don't you?
Hey, he said a motion from Mr. Size. I was like, he just had folks to the committee. He ain't talking to nobody.
Can I get a motion?
We
Yeah,
have
we did.
Sir.
We did
Are we
already.
voting? We have a
Okay.
motion, sir. Are we voting?
Second.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Miss Scott seconded.
Okay, voting.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Franum, out. Mr. Bobby Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries with Mr. Franum out.
That should be it, right? Got one more, I think.
We got one more.
No, that's it, sir. Item
That's
number
it.
4 was supporting documentation for item number 2.
It was a fourth statement you made, though, right?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead, Ms. Bonner. That's the end of administrative service. We're gonna let the chair of engineering service, Mr. Bobby Williams, go ahead and get started as he wanted to do earlier.
Hey, I just thought you were going into next week, but we good.
Mr. Garrett is here.
Yeah, we gonna call this to order.
Some order to the promise.
I'm pretty sure we've extended our time allotment for the day, but we won't hold Commissioner Hassan responsible for that.
Myself and the administrator, can we do a joint on that one?
No, it's all
Hassan,
on you.
your time up. You got
That's
to
right.
zip it up.
Yeah. All righty. Ms. Bonner, are we ready to start?
All right, sir.
Are there any additions or deletions?
No, sir.
I have one deletion before we get started. We can delete item number 8 since that was already approved on 4-1.
Going to delete item 8.
Yep.
Okay.
All righty. And I would like to consent items number 1, 2, 4.
Slow down.
One, he's 2, and he was headed to number 4, but
I'm just waiting for Commissioner Sias. Tell me he's caught up.
Yeah, I just want to just slow down. We in this.
5, 7, 12,
Which one?
12,
12.
13, 14, and 15, if there are no objections.
I ain't gonna object to the street lights.
I didn't figure you would. All right, I'll entertain a motion on that.
So move.
Second.
Ms. Bonner voting?
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight.
Yes, ma'am.
The consent agenda carries unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner. We will start with number 3, please.
Item number 3 is consider approving the deed of dedication and maintenance agreement for the Brookstone North.
Do we have anybody that can speak towards this item?
Wes Bond around.
Let's see.
Yes, sir, and yes, ma'am, in the
I believe this is engineering. I think this would be Dr. Malik.
Okay.
Yes, sir, in the waiting room. I'm sorry, we're calling.
There's
him now.
Wes.
Coming on now.
Item number 3.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Item number 3, West Vine.
I don't see Director Malik.
West Bond.
Okay.
I just saw him.
You can motion to approve if you want. Look at it.
You can do whatever you need to.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, voting, Ms. Bonner.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Sun,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
and Ms. McKnight.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously.
Item number 6.
Item number 6, consider approving and accepting the water and sanitary sewer deed of dedication and maintenance agreement for Laurel Park Phase 1.
Mr. Bond, can you speak towards this item?
You-
Mr. Bond, are you there? I see you.
Wes,
He's not muted. Huh? What's going on?
Oh, he gone.
Mr. Chair, if you
This
give
is
him
another
1 second, he's coming right back. Did you hear me?
Mr. Bond, can you
Chair?
hear us now?
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, Commissioner Hassan.
yeah, so this is another project that has been completed and they want to dedicate it over to us. It has a maintenance agreement, for about the next 18 months. And I recommend it for approval.
Is that your motion?
Yes, sir, that's the motion.
All right.
Second that motion.
Voting, Ms. Bonner?
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sun,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight.
yes, ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously.
I believe we are on item number 9.
Yes, sir. Consider approval of a change order in the amount of $63,425 to Zell Engineering Inc. for the scope addition, which will include additional engineering services.
Mr. Bond, can you help us understand what the additional costs are for with this change order?
Might want to call in.
I just got off the line with him so he can hear us and see us, and he's responding, but he's trying to get his microphone to work. So, Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt, but if you give him
on
1
mute.
second.
Looks like he's muted now.
Yeah.
Can try.
There you go.
I think you're having the same problem.
Certainly. My apologies, y'all. Apparently, I did not click join with computer audio. So that was a little bit of idiot factor going on.
All right. Technology is hard.
It is. It's difficult. All right. So which one are we on now?
We're on number 9,
Nine.
the change order of $63,425.
And this is the work for the Pack Tower up at Highland Avenue, which is a facility we put in to help combat taste and odor issues. And so we basically had to move it twice, and it had to be set up through FAA clearance, a number of other issues with the generalized location of it. And so these were additional design services as we went out there. If you look at the backup, there's no one item that's really big. It's just a bunch of minor modifications to the design during construction. And so this is additional work that we asked the engineer to do in order to get that project completed, just to help us in our water treatment.
All right.
Motion to
I'll
approve.
entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right. We're going to vote, Ms. Bonner.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sun,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously.
Commissioner Hassan, do you mind if we go ahead and take 11 so Director Bond can get back to what he was doing?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir. I'm fine.
All right.
Item
Y'all
number
have to wait on me again.
11 is to approve a change order in the amount of $359,000 to Blair Construction, Inc. for additional services that were required on the Rocky Creek Force Main project.
So let's talk about this one and number 12 together. They're not the exact same item, but they are coupled. So we had a sewer line at the Rocky Creek confluence with the main interceptor, which is at Lumpkin Road, where it connects down by Doug Bernard Parkway. And we looked at replacing this line 15 years ago. and we had to complete the main interceptor. We had to complete additional work through there. The line has been rotten for a long time, which means it pulls in a lot of water when it rains really hard and the area fills up. And so we've been fighting it for a very long time and went through multiple redesigns because it's a wetland. There's a lot of obstructions, railroad, just a lot of difficult items. We ultimately ended up settling on a new lift station over there and a new fourth main. And as part of the work, they ran into running sands during construction. And so we had one part, which was the lift station. And I know I am jumping around, but that was item number 12. Now let's see. Yeah, they had a lot of running sand. So we had extensive dewatering costs to keep the water under control while we installed that station. The force main had additional costs because it was wet. We had issues with some of the materials. And also we added in the smaller lift stations that we were going to self-perform just due to COVID and the timing of the station, the major station itself. We ended up having to subcontract those out to our contractor. Their price was reasonable given the scope of what was performed. And now that entire system is complete and online. The good news is that our water levels at the plant have dropped during rainfall. So the project has been a success. It's just we ran into some construction difficulties that we had no other way to truly mitigate.
All right, I'll entertain a motion on this.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you all.
All right, let's vote. Thank you, Director Bynum.
Mr.
Thank you,
Garrett,
Wes.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, we're going to go back to item number 10, which was requested by Commissioner Hassan.
Discuss the placement of speed bumps in residential neighborhoods.
You have the floor, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like Mr. Ursher to try to help us address this a little bit. I've been getting a lot of requests as of late because of persons speeding throughout several neighborhoods in the South Augusta community. He did send me some information in advance to let me know what are the criteria they have to meet. But just the same, I need to have the conversation for the record and try to see what we may be potentially doing can bring about in the very near future. And so I would expect him to be here to bring him in and let him make a few comments around this speed bumps.
Okay. All right. Is Mr. Usry in the waiting room?
I would think he would be.
Yeah. May I make a comment, sir?
Yes, sir, Commissioner Williams.
Yeah, last year, I had a conversation with about 5 different neighborhoods. Mr. Ursry spoke with them. Mr. Ursry, gave out paperwork and what have you. A lot of neighborhoods are going to make the request, but they've got to have somebody in the neighborhood who's willing to walk the neighborhood and get the signatures of each and every person required. You got to get 70%. So that's the hard part with most of these speed bumps, are trying to get speed bumps in the neighborhood, is having somebody who's dedicated enough to walk down the street and get signatures.
If he's not here, Mr. Chairman, we can just send it forward to the commission without a recommendation and let him and make sure he's there at the commission level.
Okay.
We can forward it.
It looks like somebody's trying to come in.
Dr. Malik.
Malik is coming in now.
Yeah, it was Director Malik. Mr.
Well,
Usry is not.
Dr. Malik, can you hear us?
Yes, sir. Seemed like I was having some difficulty too, but I can hear. Yeah, John's supposed to be here.
Dr. Malik, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Right. Commissioner Garrett.
If you don't mind, we can forward it and let Mr. Ursher come and address it at the commission level.
Yeah.
Don't mind.
Yeah, I think having a presentation at the full commission would be beneficial because I think we've all, heard these complaints from the neighborhoods in our districts. I get them quite often as well. And I think just having him explain the process would be great just for the record. That way we can all refer back to that and have the same information.
Thank you.
So,
forward it to the full commission without a recommendation.
All right. Ms. Bonner, I believe that wraps up engineering for the day.
Yes, sir.
That was quick.
Yeah,
Thank you all.
I love it, though, Mr.
Thank
Garrett.
you.
he's good.
Yeah, y'all just remember that. I'm glad that comment was recorded.
Yeah, yeah.
Ms. Bonner, we are ready with finance whenever you are.
Don't hurt yourself with that laugh, Commissioner Sias.
Okay.
I'm ready, sir.
Are there any additions or deletions?
No, no, sir.
All right. Can I get, would you do the item 2, Ms. Bonner, please?
Yes, sir. Item 2 is to approve the minutes of the Finance Committee meeting held on May 11th.
Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Let's vote, Ms. Bonner.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams. He's out.
He's
talking.
He's there.
He's muted.
Yes.
Come on, Dennis.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, okay. Ms. McKnight,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that motion carries unanimously.
Right. Let's go to item 1, please, Madam Clerk.
Item 1 is a motion to approve the 2021 budget planning calendar.
And I guess I'm supposed to be nice. I told the administrator something about his calendar that wasn't very nice. So we're going to get the administrator an opportunity to talk about the budget calendar. Mr. Donald?
Apologize, I was on mute. First, I start off by thanking our award-winning finance team for coordinating the delivery of this budget planning calendar. There are a couple of additions which will start off with tomorrow's budget retreat. I believe we're at 9:30 to 4 p.m. where the addition is that GMA will assist us in starting the budget process by including the commission and receiving commission priorities for which they will facilitate. So they'll work us through a process that will ensure that where your budget priorities are included in our planning process. Another thing that you will see is that GMA will also bring back a report from the commission retreat, and that will give you an opportunity to accept and ratify it if you so choose. For example, in South Fulton, we utilized that process and the commission did a resolution making those their 5, but we had 5 budget priorities. And from there, we actually started the process of creating our strategic plan as well. Here, GMA will be ready to help you identify your priorities. And then we've also identified some time within the calendar to make sure we bring the department heads together so that as they develop their budgets, they have the commission priorities at the forefront.
Thank you, sir. And I want to commend the administrator for looking at this process, because I've heard from myself and many of my colleagues that the commission did not weigh in properly on the budget process, but that was up to us to change that. And I want to thank the administrator for laying out a process that allows us to do that. And sometime after this meeting, Mr. Administrator, I have a question I need to ask you. So do we have any comments or questions from any of the other from the commissioners? Well, before I say that, is there any, Mr. Administrator, you don't mind, is there any input from our finance director?
Absolutely. Ms. Director Williams, did you have any additional comments?
No, sir, I'm good.
All right, my colleagues, do we have any questions about the process or anything in general? Questions or comments? This is extremely important. All right, well, that works for me. Can I get a motion to approve it?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the budget planning calendar. Ms. Bonner, we are ready to vote.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And Miss
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, that concludes finance.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We'll have food tomorrow at the retreat, correct?
Yes, ma'am. You will have snacks and breakfast stuff, and then
Oh,
you'll also have a lunch as well.
Mr. Donald,
good. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Donald,
Yes,
What
sir.
time we start again? 8 o'clock?
9:30.
9:30.
9:30?
Yeah, I think it's 9:30.
It's burning daylight.
Mr. Donald,
Yes.
Oh.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Donald, Mr. Donald, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you, sir.
And government hours, Sammy.
I'll probably be a little late. I have a niece and a nephew that graduates from Laney tomorrow at 9.
Understood. Yes, sir.
Okay. We
All
have
right.
one. Commissioner McKnight will still be eating. He don't know where food is served.
Oh,
City
boy.
slickers don't know what burning daylight means.
He comes.
City slicker.
You know what?
Okay, is public safety ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, call public safety to order, please. Mr. Chairman, is there any deletions or additions?
Now, what about consent?
I will entertain a motion for everything to be consented.
I will second it. So moved. 1 through 6, so moved.
Third.
Ms. Bonham, may we vote?
You can. Mr.
You
Clark,
didn't get it.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Brandon Garrett.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously.
But Commissioner
With-
Clark, you won today. I guess you got your committee over the
With
quickest.
no further business in public safety, I call the committee adjourned. How was that?
That dude good, man. He's good.
There you go.
Mr. Administrator, don't forget what I said.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
See you all tomorrow.
Hey.